Hello, lovely people. It is Tuesday, the 17th. Hope everyone's having a fantastic afternoon, if it is afternoon where you're at. And if it's the 18th where you're at, that's fantastic. And if it's a different year, different day, different month, I have no idea how long these signals have been traveling through space to reach you. Some dramatic music out of the gate, all thanks to Kevin MacLeod. Today we are working on, continuing work on this sculpt of Waddlebottom, the Lord of all Ducks. This was a mini that will be to D&D proportions, like the 32 millimeter figures, to 34, to 38, to 40. They keep getting bigger as detail improves. So what are we working on? There are more feathers that need to go up around the front of the figure, around the collar. So I'm going to do a few more feathers there. And then we're going to be adding a soft, downy underbelly to our hero. And I think once that's complete, then we can start mushing the figure around to give it a bit more life, to match the reference sketch that I did. Kind of that Heisman Trophy pose. Oh, we got some chat. Hey, LJ. Nice to see you. So that's where we're starting. I'm pretty happy with how it's coming together so far. If it looks like there's a bit more shadow and stuff, that's some of the post-processing that Nomad Sculpt will add. In the last stream, this file was crashing a lot. And I looked into it. It was because the file was about half a gigabyte. So way, way too big. Comparable to some of the largest models I've made. And it's all because of these individual feathers. So in addition to the more feathers to put around the collar and to kind of frame the tummy, I'm going to be putting in, that, like I said, the downy underbelly. And then I'm going to be putting a pattern, painting a texture onto each one of these feathers. I know, crazy, but... LJ on Twitch says, notice no kitty bios on Discord. There's been clamoring, I would say, for okay, but LJ's asked for biographies of the cats. They're notoriously camera shy. And then it becomes a whole thing working with their agent in order to get the rights to include photos. It's a whole thing. Alrighty, but I've been working with the model producer, the model manufacturer. Hey, James. Nice to see you. All right. And if you hear thunder outside of where I'm at, it's about to hit, I think. So everything's a bit grayer. Oh heavens! And this is the trick we picked up last time, which was to use a fraction of the overall torso. You can see all the various bits that have been assembled underneath. Using just a bit of the torso, cut in half, and then rezzed up, so that we have a lot more resolution to play with. And so that's what I'm doing here. Although that feather needs some work. Put symmetry on. Hopefully it'll smooth out. Yeah, it's smoothing both of them on both sides of the duck. There's been no change to the music just yet. We're still using the Kevin MacLeod music. Getting back into the hang of this. It's been a few days since I've used this program. I've been working on the next episode. If you're on the Discord, which I can put the link up, I shared a little tiny work in progress. And let me see what else. And also, if you're into it, here's my Patreon. And if you don't know who I am, my name is Steve Conley. I'm a web cartoonist, writer and artist of the webcomic series The Middle Age, which is available in a few print collections now. It's been running for about 5 years, coming on 6. And I've been doing webcomics for much, much longer, but The Middle Age is by far the most acclaimed thing I've worked on. And today I'm working on one of the characters from the story as a 3D model. And I'm building them kind of one feather at a time. Oops. Tell you what, I want to hide some of the background stuff. Like the mushrooms, the platform, the tree, the legs. I'd say there could be only, yeah, yeah. I don't know what happened. I know there are other really excellent digital composers and songwriters, but I seem to remember there being more of them. I don't know what happened to them. It's almost like they're being picked off one by one. If anyone's wondering, that is, of course, a reference to the movie Fast and the Furious. Oops, I made that mistake. Classic. So the oh, I didn't remesh. Boy, I'm out of practice. But oh, I am lowering the mesh of these things. I have to lower them just to keep ahead of the file size, because when I was trying to save on Thursday of last week, it would just crash. The application would just shut down. Not good. Hey, Biggie Boo, nice to see you. All right, so I'm not sure. I thought we might finish this model before, but I think we're getting closer. This might be the episode where we wrap the thing up. Okay, I like that one. Go back, select mask, clear. Remesh, turn symmetry off, solo, smooth. But in this part of the story of the Middle Age, we're getting to the part where we're kind of explaining kind kind of the king's role and all the stuff that's happening in the story. And we're going to get a bit of LJ on Twitch is making reference to that, where the Middle Age, that webcomic is going. Well, I feel like this sequence is going to explain a lot. Once more, I changed gears, mostly in... I had this joke for what I was going to do to explain the king's background. So in the... but I don't want him to be... I don't want the character to be a pure mustache... Ooh, try that again. Mustache twirling evil. I don't want him to be just that kind of cliched villain. He's going to be a villain. He's going to be, you know, but not. But I just didn't want it to be the, you know, villain's the wrong word. Antagonist. Villain might be the right word, but definitely antagonist. And I found myself changing the story a bit, and I don't know. I'm happy with where it's going. I think the drawing's good. It's a very interesting thing. I'm drawing a character we've not seen before, and I've drawn them really well in 2 different panels. But oh, for the love, hello. They've drawn them really well in both panels, but they don't look similar. Let me see. That happened on the screen faster than I could see it. Let me go over to Streamlabs. Welcome. Thanks so much for the follow. I hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday. Where are we? Recent events. What did I miss? That first time that animation loads, every time, it's a... Thanks, Not Pirate King. I appreciate the follow. There it is again. I could hit the re button. I appreciate it. Where was I? Just the complexity of the story. It's getting more and more complicated, but it was about how I was revealing certain characters. Oh, this is what it was. I'm drawing this new character I've never drawn before. And I've drawn them, I think, really well in 2 instances, but they just don't look like the same character. So I have to kind of ruin one drawing, or try not to ruin one drawing as I make them, as I try to bring them in alignment with each other. But thank you, Not Pirate King, for the follow. Whoops, it's it again. Oops, I didn't remesh it. Soften that a little bit. Go to the gizmo, we'll rotate it. So close. James, thank you. I appreciate the reminder that I too should drink more coffee. So I feel like a thing I've been saying a lot lately has been, actually, if I rotate these things, yeah, they will not. If I rotate them both, they'll both move on both sides of the duck. And I don't want to do that. I just want to... Ooh, let me just see if I can do this with the move tool. I'm going to try to raise one of these feathers up on the edge there, just to create a little more depth. Oh, no, that's... No, that's right. Good, good. What was I saying? I get distracted by these. I'm really into the silliness of these feathers now. But I've been talking about how I've been plotting the end of this chapter, this big arc. And my big problem is a lot like these feathers. I was kind of deep into the weeds of all the little details of the story, and I was writing like dialogue instead of scenes. And I've mentioned that before. Like people don't remember. People don't really care about the chapter. They care about the moments in the chapter. And then they walk out of the theater or they end the TV show, and they're remembering those moments. They're remembering those really key bits, those charged bits. I was just in there, just working on those, like building it like this duck like one feather at a time, instead of stepping back and kind of making sure that these structures will hold. And the last few days, I've been going through and maybe, unfortunately, there's nothing to share because it's so big picture. It's kind of like, sharing a picture from orbit wouldn't be all that. I don't think it wouldn't help. So I feel like I hope I don't feel like I'm neglecting. Well, I feel a little bit like I'm neglecting my lovely Patreon supporters, because I want to post a new episode, but it's taking me so long to work out all these little details. Because I simply couldn't work out the details until I had the broad strokes in place. But I feel like I have now. And that feels good. Again, the story hasn't changed. I know where it's ending. It's just sort of like, I talked about this a while writing the story. It helps to know where you're going. So I know where I'm going, and I'm here, and I just have to make this. There were a few stops I have to make along the way. I absolutely have to make these stops along the way, and I'm just trying to make them in the right order, and not add 50 pages to the end of this chapter. Hey, DEG. DEG is saying, I'm trying to on Twitch is saying, I'm trying to gather the will to work on my own project. I understand that. I'm trying to convince myself that if I create another project, one that is so daunting, that I will seek refuge in this simpler project. And I'll get this simpler project done. The tricky thing about this one is it's I don't know. Oh heavens, I had the wrong thing selected. Okay. Tomorrow night on the Pencil to Pencil program, they call it the podcast, but they haven't released an episode as a standalone audio thing in a while. So I'll just call it Pencil to Pencil. If you go to YouTube .com/pencil to pencil, there is a program, a cartooning program, and I'm joining Mike Manley and Jamar Nicholas as a host. And tomorrow night we're going to be talking with two cartoonists who are really amazing, Mark Schultz and Thomas Yates. Mark Schultz they're both working on the Prince Valiant comic strip. They inherited it. They're kind of carrying the torch from Hal Foster's iconic web comic strip, and now But Mark Schultz was also responsible for Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Xenozoic Tales. And Tom Yates drew Tarzan for ages and did some Star Wars work. I think he was an assistant to Al Williamson. So excited to talk to those gents. I hope you'll join us. It's 8 o'clock East Coast time on the YouTube. It's not on the Twitches yet, but I'm working on it. Oh, and this arrived. This is the larger model based on what we've been building here. Gigantic. It's basically twice up from the previous model. I didn't get this one painted at all or primed in any way. It's the pure resin print. Oop, where are we? There we are. Pretty remarkable. Shocking to think that this was just pixels on a stream a few months ago, and now it exists. It still seems like magic to me. Oop. And I'm hoping to have an update from the mini manufacturer soon that I'll be able to share. Still trying to sort out pricing and all that stuff. Tag us on Discord so we don't forget. Absolutely. And I'm actually helping them with some of the graphics that we use to promote the show, the Pencil to Pencil broadcast. So, hey Alex, nice to see you. And DEG, I will make sure that to tag everybody in Discord about tomorrow night's episode, including that lovely. I'll use that lovely graphic. James is, if you're following on Twitch, James is railing against water, which I think is a noble fight. And James says, I need to finish writing an outline, but I'm busy with commissions. Not complaining, but complaining. I understand. Okay. We're getting there. And again, this kind of gets a little bit easier as it goes, because as I turn around this, as I finish each row, as we get to the middle of the back of the neck, then I just duplicate all the feathers to the other side. So we kind of really only have, I'm going to guess 2 more rows of feathers to do. I'm sure I just jinxed myself by saying that. All right, we're going to save this and hope it doesn't crash. And if it does crash, we'll have a big laugh. Yeah, I'd say this is I'd say this program I'm using is called Nomad Sculpt. It's kind of a game. I would go with what Alex is saying. I recommend everyone install this particular game called Nomad Sculpt and take a stab at doing some 3D modeling, because it's really silly and fun, probably therapeutic too. except when a program crashes. That does not. But it's very stable, and I think as long as you don't try to do something stupid like build a duck one feather at a time, you'll be fine. So basically, if you're not a maniac, you'll be fine. Okay, where are we? With the select mask tool, we want to clear that selection. Grab the lasso. And kind of just this last feather, we just sort of want just touching the middle there. And the reason why this feather is so we just might be running out of pixels there. Let's try that again. We'll see. Oh, we were on the clay. Forgive me. I haven't used this program in a few days, and it's weird how after working in Procreate, how my brain is just all Procreate right now. I know where all the buttons are. I know where the undo is. I know how to. After working in this program for about 25 minutes, then I go into Procreate, and I'm like trying to rotate things in 3D and. Oops. Sweet. Okay, so let's select mask, clear, and let's flip these things. Actually, let's save one more time. This is not just an excuse to drink coffee. Kind of is. Illuminated Art on Twitch. LJ asks, what happened to the neck? Originally, I was looking at how I can model the neck and the collar, because mallards have a collar, like a thin white collar, and I'm going to treat this very geometrically. I'm not going to try to make it like a light colored feather, because in a print, in a colorless print, it wouldn't really show, so it all has to be done with texture. So I'm going to have these kind of heavy feathers up to the collar, and then it'll be like a clean disc, and then the neck of and then the taper into the head. And the idea is I kind of wanted to simplify the geometry. I've built this complex face, but I still had to do work on the body, on the shoulders, on the rump, the legs, the thighs of Waddlebottom. And so every time I would remesh the figure to work on the shoulders, it would remesh the face. And I was happy with the face. I didn't want to have to redo that. I might end up redoing the face anyway, but as long as they're all one object, every time I did modifications, especially kind of global type modifications to the rest of the duck, the face would get remeshed. And so it's sort of like photocopy upon photocopy upon photocopy. Eventually things are going to mush and mush and mush and soften, and so like I cut roughly where the collar will be. In the end, the body, that this central piece, is kind of going to go away. It's going to get meshed into all the other feathers that I've built into one large shape that's hopefully going to be physically large in terms of height and width and depth, but much, much smaller in terms of facets and memory. Hey, Eric, nice to see you. And LJ taunts with, oh good, oh god, looking ahead to the dragon scales. Yeah, the dragon scales. I'm hoping that the dragon scales could be treated in a way similarly to, if you see in the bottom right model, and maybe with Sir Quimp's, get my head out of my gigantic head, is you see the way the armor is done there. I think that might be a better way to go. It also might have been a better way to do the feathers. Come to think of it. But I think this is going to be better for the feathers. That approach would not have worked on the wing, and because the wing had to look a certain way, I wanted the body to match the style of the wing, and I think the dragon can be handled similarly to the male pattern. Male pattern? I was going to say baldness, but male pattern texture on our hero. Okay, let's reflect these things. So we go to reflect, left to right. Yes, please. Good. Left to right, please. This is the first model that I've gotten from the resin vendor, the 3D printing vendor, that is not primed or painted. Usually there's like a coat of primer that's put down and then a coat of paint. Let's work on these from the back now. Then a coat of paint on top. And I think that's what it does, is keeps it from degassing quite so much. But this has got quite the unpleasantness about it. I don't know if it needed to be washed once or twice more, or if that's just the new car smell of one of these things. Huh. That feather's too big. I have to fix that. Which means that feather needs to be bigger. Right to left. Now again, we don't mirror this one. We duplicate it and then we flip it. That way they remain separate objects. Again, if you try to mirror something and they overlap, they fuse, and we don't want that. Interesting. All right. All right, almost there. I think I can clear off that mask. That painting of the duck. Gizmo tool. All right, we've done the mirroring. We're going to save one more time. I want to save incrementally because of the crashing that we saw on Thursday. I don't want to lose too much work if it decides to fall apart on me. Eric says, why would you ever need an excuse to drink coffee? I don't know. I just justify it. Everything's a reason to drink coffee. That question is a very good reason to drink coffee. Okay, so we're going around the bend here. I'll make this a little bit larger just because I really want to wrap this up in these next two rows. And again, no spoilers, but I will say that the second episode of Star Trek Strange New Worlds was excellent. I enjoyed the heck out of it. I shouldn't say excellent. I shouldn't give it kind of an empirical judgment. I simply enjoyed the heck out of it. So I recommend it to other people. Please don't discuss any spoilers in the chat. But, give it a thumbs up, or if you didn't like it, you can say, meh, not my cup of tea. Not my cup of Saurian brandy. But I enjoyed the heck out of it. I'm like, let me see what's going on here. I'm working on comics. I'm watching new episodes of Star Trek and Kids in the Hall. And I guess it's 1992 again? And there are new episodes. If you're familiar with a TV show called Kids in the Hall, there are new episodes on Amazon. And as we love to say on this stream, praise Bezos. He's an incredibly handsome man with a full head of hair. He's got the fastest rocket in this entire quadrant. Made the Kessel Run. And the prices at Whole Foods are incredibly reasonable. Are we still on? I say stuff like that, I'm wondering why I'm not an affiliate anymore. Damn it. Mistakes were made. Let's not point fingers. Oh, yeah. I would never shamelessly sully the integrity of this stream by just saying how handsome Jeff Bezos is. I mean, that hat looks good. That cowboy, everyone looks good in a cowboy hat, but man. I thought, is he a space rancher? If there was like a herd of space cattle, I'd be like, that guy could handle it. Once I saw that hat, that rugged space integrity. Never going to be an affiliate again. Did you hear what he said about Mr. Bezos' space cattle? Oh yeah, and James, there are new episodes of Kids in the Hall. Yeah, I knew they were working on it like before the pandemic, but they just dropped the other day. They are not. They're 30 years later. They are not the sort of thing you'd want to gather the kids around the TV to watch. I kind of thought it was going to be like one of those Monty Python reunion shows where, you know, the guys in their 60s and 70s, okay, they're not in their 70s, guys in their 50s and 60s get together and, you know, just do versions of their old bits. And they could very well do that. But, no, this is all new stuff. And, you know, of course there are callbacks, but very good. Man, I might just extend these up a bit. Or die trying. Okay, let's clear the selection. Let's save where we're at. Not as an excuse to drink coffee, because that was going to happen anyway. But I think I'm going to select these feathers and scale them vertically. Just have them cover a little more area, because I think they're a tad small. And that might just be because I'm... okay, so let's do this. We're going to simple merge them. Gizmo tool. I'm going to separate them. Oops. Sweet. I did it again. I clicked the wrong thing. There we go. Extract. Remesh. Oopsie. Let's bring it down and remesh. Symmetry. How we doing? Eric is saying that the Strange New Worlds was structurally very similar to an episode of Enterprise. I think they're counting on no one having seen Enterprise. I think the brand, although there was, well, I won't talk about it, but at some point we will have a, how about this? 2 weeks after the last episode of Strange New Worlds, Strange New Worlds airs. Let's have a we'll put up a spoiler warning, and we'll just set up a Discord chat or something. We can talk shop about it. I don't want to get into it because you know, it's still so new, and people who might have been unimpressed by Discovery and Picard are still learning that Strange New Worlds is a thing, and so I want to give them time to catch up before we chat about it. But I see what you're, you know, but I'd love to talk with you about it. Oh, you got wait, are you, James, are you saying you're wearing older glasses now? Like your spares or something? Okay. If you're watching this, thank you. I know this is not the most scintillating video at the moment, just one feather at a time. But currently we're working in Nomad Sculpt on an iPad Pro, and we're building a duck. Because that's why the internet exists. And each one of these feathers getting a little bit smaller than the one before it, which is the main reason why I can't simply create one and duplicate it. A lot of the feathers were like that in various parts of this model, but not here. And I do think we're about ready to do our last row along the neck here, which is great. Nope. Not good. It's really tricky to draw on the figure when it's 3D, you know, because you're basically drawing on a 2D surface on top of a 3D model, and so basically everything's a funhouse mirror. Sweet. Clear. Lasso. Draw. Extract. Oh gosh, what the heck is that? It's very difficult at this size. I know this is a very, very small, but we're almost done. We're almost done. I want it to be somewhat feathered. It's like teardrop shaped. Representing all the tears that went into making this. Oh my goodness. I could cheat, but no, I'm not going to cheat. I'm not going to complicate it further. Am I? No. So I've actually been speaking with a couple of vendors about getting the 3D models made. Getting the minis made for the Kickstarter campaign. And they're all great. It's difficult to choose which one to work with, but I think I've got a vendor that I'll be using. They've worked on other projects. I think they've got the available. Their schedule seems to be right for what we want to do. Oh, you met the Kids of the Hall guy. Does he still have those thick glasses? Not that I'm aware of. I don't recall any of them wearing glasses. They're just, you know, they're not young men anymore. And there's a lot of they you know, they recognize that they don't look like they did back then, and they act just as startled as we do. But I thought a couple of their bits were every bit as good or better than their stuff in the past, so I'm excited. I think maybe all the episodes are dropped now, but I'm savoring them. I don't want to run out of them. It's sort of like when What We Do in the Shadows comes back. It's like, no, I will watch one episode at a time. Pace myself. Man, that could be larger. Gizmo tool. Scale it up a bit. Scooch it over. I don't. So the other option would be to basically cut off this portion of the, like basically from the shoulders up, remesh that, and then when I draw on those things, the drawing would be a lot tighter, just because, again, the resolution would be so much better. But I feel like I don't want to make anything more complicated than it already is, for fear that the system will crash. Again, it hasn't crashed since I've made the changes to the size of the file. You know, basically using a function called decimate to reduce, to simplify the objects, each one of the objects. Also, I restarted the iPad, and that seemed to have helped a bit. But it is the entire cast of the old Kids in the Hall show, including some of the incidental or supporting actors. I'm just trying to rotate this thing a little bit. I can't see it from that vantage point, but I gotta trust I know how to use the thing, use the program. So what I'm doing is I'm grabbing, if you see in that center, those center circles, not the outer orbit, which is kind of a beige color, but there's an interior orbit which has got the red on the right hemisphere and kind of grayish on the left hemisphere. By grabbing that gray, you're rotating it along the axis of the camera. And so I'm always grabbing that to rotate it. So basically I put my camera where I need to go, and then when I'm in that spot, then I can rotate it locked into the camera view. And so I'm grabbing that, and that's how I'm rotating it just enough, because the idea is to have it taper so that the tip of the feather is covering the lower, the robe beneath it, and then just having it kind of angle into, angle back a bit so the next row of feathers can create that shingling effect. Now in this case, I'm going to drag a bit of that feather beneath up a little bit to fill in that gap between the feathers, because I mean at this point it's very, very small. Like ridiculously small. Okay. We're clear. Heavens. Okay, maybe I'm... Okay, we can make it more complicated. Just not more complicated. Just we'll make my life a little bit easier here. Let's do it. We'll duplicate that mesh. Body. Turn that one off. Now we still have that duplicate selected. Click the right camera angle. I'm just going to use the trim tool and the rectangle and cut off the entire bottom. So the only part left of that model is the part we're working on right now. So we can, let's save and drink coffee. Yeah, and the best thing about watching Enterprise on Netflix is the skip intro button, so you don't have to hear that theme music. That it's been a long time. Oh no! Oh no! 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 Yeah, and season 4 was fantastic. Season 4 was definitely, make sure you've got your nerd card on you. But you really appreciate it did feel like that it felt like this was their last season. They knew it, and they were going to get a lot of story out. Whereas the first season of the Enterprise felt like this is the episode where we invent phasers, and this is the episode where it felt like a checklist. Okay, so now we're going to remesh just that neck bit. This is going to let me make these feathers very detailed. And I'm going to simplify them down, but it's just going to make them the shape I want them to be. I think. I hope. So you notice these aren't as thick as they were, even though I increased the thickness. It's because the thickness has a lot to do with the size of the original thing you're working with. So if these are a bit too, that might be a bit too wispy, I'm going to delete it. And we're going to extrude a new one, extract a new one. We're going to increase the thickness like double. There we go. Remesh. Smooth tool, symmetry off, solo. I'm going to reduce that smoothing I had set to way too high. Grabbing the gizmo tool. I don't hate that. I may have to move that a little bit more, but I think once we get to this, because it's really the bend of the neck there, I really have to make sure that it's going to work. How we doing? Yeah, yeah, and if you can watch Enterprise on Netflix, but just skip intro. Oh, I see. I'm going to move that back and down. So it has the effect I'm looking for, even if I'm just kind of faking it. Okay. I know, it's so small, no one's going to notice. Okay. We've got one more row of feathers to do. We're going to save where we are now. Do one more row, a simple row of feathers, I think, which would be fairly cylindrical. And, yeah, I'm going to do those before I even mirror this thing. Okay, select mask tool. I think in the end, this very top row of feathers is going to have to be, the very top of them is going to have to be smoothed into the neck. So it will create the smooth bit. I don't know if there's going to be another way to do that and still create the kind of collar I want to have around the duck's neck. Oops, and we're inside. Oh no, we're under the wing. That's where. I hope these minis are a good idea. I'm excited about them. I hope other people are as well. I hope people who read the comic are gonna, because I don't know how many people actually read my comic, play D&D. I don't think you need them for D&D. I think it's more like, you know, I've got like a Hellboy sculpture behind me, and Wallace and Gromit, and the cast of Community. It's like I don't need those figures. Are not necessarily for me. They're not like as part of a game. So I'm hoping that people want them on that for that reason, because they're fun and hopefully pretty. But I do like the idea that they could also be used by people who play games. Although, hey, Marcus. Yeah, so I've yet to install social media on my iPad. I got this new one when my last one died. iPad 4th generation machine. So already a classic. But I did not install any of the apps once I got this new device. No Instagram, no Twitter, none of that stuff. It has Discord on it now. Oh, we had unmask selected. I'm just going to make these, try to make sure these are teardrop shaped. Oh, that was a mistake. I hit the engrave emboss button instead of the extract. Extract brings it out as a new object, and engrave emboss actually affects your original object. I have you have figurines with the cast of Community. I do. There was a weird episode of Community, Abed's Uncontrollable Christmas. And they made figures of the claymation characters. There was also, I got them when they were on sale for a little while off the NBC site, pre Hulu and all that. And there was also a Jeff in the Box, and there was never an Abed. There is a Teddy Pierce, yep. But there, and they came as a set, and so there was like little drummer Troy and Chang as a snowman. But there wasn't, but I never got the Jeff in the Box, and there was never an Abed figure. I guess because he wasn't technically a character, he was just Abed. It seems like a weird choice, but... and I've looked for a Jeff in the Box, but they have them on eBay every once in a while, and I think there's just somebody who's hoping that one of the cast members of Community wants to buy it. Because they listed like 25 grand. Every once in a while it shows up. Like a set of them is like $500 or something like that. If I were desperate, I would sell them. But I keep looking for a stray Jeff in the Box to complete the set. But now I have to sculpt an Abed to make up for the fact that they never made one. That's Senior Chang to you. Fair enough. Where's that meme of him? I'll allow it. Yeah, I get obsessed with these silly shows that I like, or just weirdness in general. But I'm hoping there's enough people like that who will be like, oh, I want these. I like the Middle Age. I want to get a Sir Quimp figure and a Melvin the Magnificent. I still think like I need to offer Quimp by himself as a figure, and then the other characters, including Quimp, as a set. Because I just think there are some people who want the main character, and that's all they want. Sort of, I imagine that's what they do with every Batman movie, or when they do the toy line. Let's make a lot of Batman, and then we'll also make, the supporting cast. But I hope everyone's having a beautiful Tuesday and getting a lot of work done on your own stuff while you're joining me here. And then be sure to share what you're working on Discord so everybody else can see it. I know that some folks are working on their WEBTOON call to action. I am absolutely certain I'm not going to participate. Not because I don't want to. I just know that there's just no time in my schedule to do it. I've got so many other things to do. I've got the middle age, with this kind of epiphany I've had with the story. I think the episodes are going to come more quickly. I just had to get through organizing what happens, the order in which what happens next is revealed. I know what's going to happen. I know what, but there were certain little bits. It's more like I know I need to hit the ball over the net, but how much spin do I put on it? Eric says, I finished my script. Now it's in the hands of my buddy to draw it. Oh, fantastic. That's fantastic. Have you worked with that artist before, Eric? But that's awesome. I'm so glad that you're working on it. I mean, I know some people are like some people seem to be down on webtoons for one reason or another. I'm not. I love. I'm also usually not a big fan of contests because almost always it's a corporation trying to get you to do work for nothing. We're gonna have a logo contest. Many places I worked would have a logo contest. I'm like, you're a very rich company. You cheapskates. But in this case, it's not like they own the thing. I haven't seen any issue where people are saying, oh, it's a rights grab or something like that. It seems like it's encouraging people to do work. It's encouraging people to create. And man, it'd be awesome if some stuff comes out of this that gets licensed, gets turned into production, that helps people become full-time cartoonists. Oh yeah, I'm so glad I increased the resolution of this section because it's making this part so much easier. I also knew that once we got around the curve, that those corners, when you're projecting out from them, especially when it's like a recessed curve and comes out like in this weird L shape, to me it's I can't predict it. I don't want to call it unpredictable, but I have no idea what's going to happen. Don't like that. I'm trying to make sure that this last bit comes out very teardrop shaped, like classic feathers, like everything else is going to get mushed on top of each other. I really want this last row to kind of be classically simple. Close enough. Yeah, hold on one moment here. I have to move this figure. The degassing is like, I'm going to get a headache from unrelated to COVID, I don't have a particularly good sense of smell. So when I can smell something, it's usually like, oh no, this is just bothersome. I'm cheating a little bit and just stretching that feather just a little. Shh, don't tell anyone. All right, 1, 2, 3, like 4 more feathers and we'll be done with this part. Then we can start mirroring them. And then we draw on them. I know. Whoop. How we doing? Well, it's got 7 people on the Twitch according to these numbers. I think I have to ask you, James. I think you shared when we had that weird. There was a disconnect between the number of people we thought were watching and people actually watching. And you were using something which kind of showed how many people were on for realsies. Even had their names, or like they're not their names, but their account. Was that something built into Twitch, or was that? I gotta know how to do that. I'm kind of new to this Twitch thing, as DEG will attest. Okay. We want to rotate this thing, but we can't see it. Trust the math. Not bad. I'm going to build up from the DNA strand. So we're going to model each DNA strand. And that should be a time saver. Oof. Better. So every once in a while, if I can't see, because I'm drawing underneath some of the other feathers, I hit the solo button to show me just the portion that we're drawing on, and that's what you see here. And the program is merciful enough. The program is Nomad Sculpt. The program is merciful enough to include the original thing you've drawn on and the thing that's extruded from it. So you get to see both objects for a moment, even though, you know, only one is selected. Okay. Oh, DG, I just accidentally scrolled back and saw that, so how dare you? Well played. I'm just cheating on this last feather, second to last feather. Okay, we'll remesh it down a lot. Smooth tool, solo. Next, we'll build a planet, one rock at a time. And if anyone knows how to build a carbon atom in this, I'm thinking about creating life. All right, carbon molecule, carbon atom molecule. I should drink more coffee. Clear. Smooth. We got to remesh. And we get the gizmo. We're going to slide that into place. Rotate it a bit. Sweet. All right, so I can, wait, let me clear the mask, and I'm going to delete that. I'm going to save and hope it works and drink coffee. Top of chat. Click on community, little icon of people. Oh, there you go. Man, that piece looks like it's sticking out a bit. Okay, now let's mirror some stuff. Let me hide his lordship's head. Including the crown. So we'll mirror left to right. The heck? Nope. Reset the mesh center. Try that again. Left to right. Nope. My word, what's happening here? There we go. Not sure what was amiss there. Hopefully it's not all of them. It looks like it is. Oh, I think I grouped. That was it. I think what happened was at one point I did a simple group of these ones, and I think it broke their mesh. Their live and learn. Whereas this one was not part of that. Was not part of that group, and so I don't think it ever broke its connection. Right. So those will flip easily without any problem. It's just that the other ones were part of a group, and that explains it. I was running into this problem the other day. Duplicate that, flip it. Now we'll do the next row. I will start with this one. We'll flip that. And the rest we can mirror left to right. Okay, I think our cape of feathers is done. Just need to show the complete body. Let's bring the other bits back. All right, so he's got a collar, which I'm going to smooth. Man, the top row of feathers could probably be stretched vertically, right? Right. I agree with you entirely. Let's save if we dare. Hey, JRD, over on the YouTubes. Seemed appropriate to put your feed on now. You're building a duck. I'm building a book. Fantastic. Let's see if these are anywhere near the other feathers I need to grab. Yep. Nope. Yep. Oh, I'd have to... We could do that. We could simple merge them and stretch them and then separate them. Hope we haven't ruined everything. So there's like an indentation there, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's acting a little unexpected. Alright, I'm going to tuck that feather under the others. See the drag tool? Same with that one. So the move tool will move individual pieces of a grouped object, whereas the drag tool will grab all the pieces together. Oh, I see. Is Restream showing the info twice? No, thankfully. JRD over on the YouTubes is saying that making reference, his new book is coming out in time for Heroes Con, I believe. Heroes Convention in Charlotte, which is in June, about 5 or 6 weeks from now. No pressure, JRD. And so bring that down a little bit there. And he asked if I would write the introduction, so I did. I was happy to, thrilled to, and he doesn't hate it, and that's what I was going for. I was trying to get him not to hate it. So mission accomplished. Bring the intensity down, smoothing out that edge a little bit. Okay. Let's try saving it, and let's add some feather details. Details is the wrong word. It's more decoration, but I have pet peeves about the word details. Okay, feeling good. I mean, feeling like a big old idiot for building a duck like this, but but apart from that, feeling good. All right, so I don't think this is a huge mistake, but I'm going to attempt to merge these feathers into... No, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to simple merge these feathers. there's a stray feather there. There you are. It did not crash. Top of cape. I've been calling the feathers that are running down the back a cape because the idea is that the belly I'm going to add like a feathery texture using the stamp tool, because we found that that is less. The stamp tool was not behaving the way I would want to, because ideally I would love to have stamped out all these. It reminds me of Marvel had a character named Obnoxio the Clown, which was just basically this angry person, and at some point in one of the Marvel Age magazines it said Obnoxio's favorite punchlines, and one was his favorite punchline. They didn't tell you what the joke was, but the punchline was to stamp out flaming ducks. Non sequitur. So in this case I'm going to be adding the feathery texture to the underside of our hero here, and but the stamp wasn't working. It just wasn't creating the effect compared to how the wing was coming out. Like the wing looked like, wow, okay, I'm really happy with the wing. That's a good start. I had to make the rest of the duck match, and the stamp couldn't compete. But the stamp is going to be fine for the underbelly because the texture looks about right. Oh, it didn't. Restream, we thought you were spamming us. DEG. Okay. So we talked about this. In order to increase the mesh of the whole of the belly of our duck, we're going to cheat by duplicating the complete body of the duck. I think that's half the duck right there. Do I want to work on half the duck and then mirror the belly? I don't think I can. I don't know what the effect would look like. No, because I can have mirroring on. Yeah, no. This half of the... Whoever ordered the half duck, gone. Okay. So we're going to look at it from the right. I'm going to put on the solo view once I select something. And we're going to trim away. Turn off solo. I'm going to undo the thing I just did. I'm going to use the lasso tool, and we're going to basically cut away everything that's under the cape. That cape of feathers. Including that part there. So we just have this now. I'm going to remesh it fairly high. I'm going to grab the stamp tool, turn symmetry on, choose that feather I created, and we're going to do this thing we talked about where the fall off. It's really important that this fall off be like that. This just creates chaos. It's too powerful a brush. We're basically trying to keep this thing kind of low and flat. So as much as I press, as much force that is used, as much distance that I drag, the feather won't become too extremely pointy. Okay. And this might work. Oh, those feathers need to be replicated. Tell you what, no, they don't. They don't. Oh, they're solo, are they? They're not grouped to anything. I feel like these can go. I don't need them. The other feathers that are down there, I'm gonna soften into the body, I think, or obscure in some fashion. Well, we'll see if this works. We put the legs back in just for the moment. And keep in mind the detail I'm putting into this is because the figure will be about this big. So I'm insane. Welcome to my Twitch stream. We stream my mental collapse Tuesdays and Thursdays. This is nuts. I gotta at least make the feather larger. Scaling. 1 is the maximum. So I created this feather brush as a simple black and white drawing in Procreate, saved it to photos as a JPEG, saved it to my iPad's photos library, and then you bring it in as a brush template. I don't know how it would interpret color images, but I just don't want the two stamps to overlap. And the idea of reducing the resolution or increasing the resolution of the mesh for just the thing we're working on would hopefully allow this to be less stair-steppy. In the end, we're going to smooth all this stuff out. So even if it's got those jaggies at the moment, those very sharp corners and very bitmappy looking bits, the kind of cliff faces, those will all go away, and I think it'll make the whole belly textured but softer looking. And I've never done this before, so who knows, maybe it won't. Maybe it'll fail miserably. Miserably. Thank you, DEG. I appreciate it. Without legs, Waddlebottom looks like he'd been to a plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills. How dare you? This is a family channel, JRD. And symmetry is on, so the other leg is being done over there. And safe to say, not ideal, because one leg is in a different position, and our hero is not symmetrical because I made him unsymmetrical at one point. But he is symmetrical, isn't he? Even if I move the legs. Ah, that's fine. We'll fix it in post. There is no post? Oof. So comic book pages have historically been drawn much, much larger than you see them on the page. So you pick up a comic book off the stands or in a comic book shop. They're about 7 inches by 10 inches in size. And usually they're drawn twice up, or at least 50%, like 10 by 15, much larger. They used to be drawn even larger than that. The idea being that you could put in all this detail or all this texture, and the whole thing just looks better when it's shrunk down. All those things tighten up, all that detail, it gets, you know, you'd see the printed final comic and you'd be like, wow, how did they get so much detail in such a small space? And it was all done through reducing the artwork. And that's kind of what I'm thinking about here, that if I can make this, if I can put in enough texture here, I'm concerned about the middle. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave a gap here, and when I turn symmetry off, I'm gonna draw in these single center feathers. Ridiculous? Yes, very ridiculous. Just remember, every time you fail this thing, well, at least it's not as bad as CNN Plus. I forget who called it News Quibi. I want to say John Oliver. Getting Chicken Run vibes. I like that movie. All right. Stamp tool. Turn symmetry off. I'm just going to do this. Turn symmetry back on. That will not work. We will undo. Oop. So what happens is you draw, and the angle in which you rotate the pencil, so it's a click and drag motion. So you click for the center of the shape, and then you rotate it, and the more you drag it, the larger it will get. So I'm just kind of eyeballing where I want them to appear. Oh, for love. Hey, Veritera. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I did hear that they were making a sequel. I will watch anything that Aardman does. I will do... I mean, presuming it's still Aardman, that they just didn't license it to somebody, but... I saw Wallace and Gromit, The Wrong Trousers, and I'm a fan for life. What I wanted to do with that last row was just to try to create that kind of roundness. I'm using Nomad Sculpt on an iPad Pro. So all the models you see in the bottom right corner. Oh, I should save this right now. Unless it crashes. It'd be a terrible ad for this program. All the models you see in the bottom right, I'm using to make D&D size minis, and maybe some larger ones as well. Come on, get into focus, my friend. Here we go. I've been using it for about 4 or 5 months now, getting the hang of it. And I'm currently putting in a row of feathers on this character, which I'm going to smooth. It'll be a very subtle texture. And if it's too subtle, I might start over again and just... But I don't mind starting over again. But that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted to have this kind of heavier cape of bigger feathers along the top of the duck, and then this kind of texture underneath. It's all weirdly lit because of how this program lights things. I can change I can build a lighting rig or something a little bit later on, so we can see how this looks with different lighting, or post-processing to fake some shadows. Oh, that music is picking up. So cool. I love D&D. Oh, great. Has this been my longest build? Almost. I think Sir Quimp being my first one, he was the longest. And actually, Melvin took a while. This is my 2-hour break music. Which captures the savagery of how I will eat a snack cake while I'm breaking. There's just like coffee cake crumbs everywhere. But I think Sir Quimp was the longest build. Ooh, oh, those feathers are a little. I have to do some adjusting to keep the make sure those are tucked under the other. But it's also possible I'll have to redo this whole thing. I don't know. But you saw that these feathers didn't take that long. The underbelly. Turning off symmetry just for this one central feather. Maybe a few more. Yeah, these are characters from a webcomic of mine. I'll say Veritera. I write and draw a webcomic called The Middle Age, which is free to read. If you links in the doobly-doo underneath the video. And it's on WEBTOONs and Tapas. I'm getting distracted by this music. All right, let's see what a big brush, a big smoothing brush, and a very low intensity will do. Ooh, my iPad is very warm. Oh, good. I hope you do, Vera. I gotta make sure I get your name right. Veritera. Cool name. All right, so I still have to put more around the rump, but that downy underbelly really came out pretty nicely. I think I'm going to smooth it out some more, but surprisingly good. So I think the idea on he's going to have a collar, and the collar will have no texture, so it'll be just pure untextured, indicating the white color of a mallard's collar. And then the head, I'm going to put this same texture, but I'm going to lower the intensity even more by making that table flatter and then smoothing that out. So there should be texture, but not so much. I'm worried that the little cuts and nicks I put in, I'm going to have to go through here and put little cuts and nicks into the various feathers to break them up a bit. And I'll also likely, let me see, I'll show you. Turn on drag, turn symmetry off. You know, just move a few things about so it doesn't create that kind, so it's not so rigid. Let me undo that for the time being. I also might smooth it out just a little more. Again, I want this to be a soft belly with texture. I don't want it to be this heavy thing. But I also will count on the fact that when I remesh this thing a few times, that will soften it up a lot as well. Maybe too much right now. Let me go back a bit. All right, I'm going to finish these legs, but actually I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to stretch a moment those bald spots where his wing chafing would be realistic. That's probably true. I'm still gonna smooth some of these back feathers into the body and then add this texture so that hopefully the whole thing feels smooth. I probably should remove a lot of those back larger feathers. No one's going to see it. It's going to be obscured by the rest of the model. I keep telling myself that. I think he's coming along splendidly. Alright, we're going to save. Fingers crossed. Nice victory saving music. And I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in 5. The art show is guest art and fan art created by some wonderful people. Please take a look. It includes our own JRD and Max Powers Comics. I appreciate that. Oh, do I use ZBrush too, Verter? No, I don't. I'm very new to the sculpting thing. I played around with Sculptress a while ago when I had a 3D printer for a little while, one of those filament printers, and played a little bit with Sculptress and was way in over my head. I didn't know what I was doing. And then I was trying to get these minis made of my characters, and I couldn't really find a sculptor who I could afford and who did work that I liked or who I trusted to get my characters right. So I'm like, let me just try to 3D model. And I think because I know the characters so well, that really helped, because it was like, I know what the guy looks like. If I have to make tweaks to the chin or, you know, the armor, I feel like I can take liberties because they're my baby. You know what I mean? It's not, if someone else gave me, here's my character, make chainmail, I'd be like, I don't know what I'm doing. So the second character I made, you'll see in the bottom right there, well, basically the duck is the 6th character I've ever modeled. So I'm kind of learning this as I go. This stream has been a bunch of horrible failed attempts, but that Sir Quimp figure in the bottom right, that kind of round figure, he was the 2nd figure I ever made. The first figure I made was him, but it was way worse. It was like him, but he was like stock straight, very rigid, and blah. But I wanted to put more life into him, really get him moving. And I'm a huge fan of sculpture. I just never done it. And in terms of cartoon modeling, I dig what Weta Workshop has done with stuff like their Wizards and the mini epics line, and then of course Disney Infinity. All those Disney Infinity characters were so fantastic and chunky. So a lot of inspiration and just winging it, he says with a giant duck on the screen. All right, everybody, I'll be back in 5. See you then. Hello, lovely people. And we're back. It is 6:11. We've had 24 drop frames. There were key bits of art created during those 24 frames, so I'm really sorry about that. We got a few people on the YouTubes, we got a few people on the Twitches, and I'm working on Waddlebottom, the Lord of all ducks. We just added this texture, this downy texture, to the Lord's undercarriage. So let's select it and let's grab the stamp tool and continue our... What the... That's interesting. What am I looking at? Oh, I think I might have... There are two... There's another copy of the body. And so what happened was I had selected part of one, and they were overlapping. And so it was, some of them were in front, some of them were behind. It was very confusing looking for a moment there. Hey, Cave Geek. I ended up having a banana JRD. I had a healthy snack. I have to stay in fighting trim for convention season. Let's put in some extra feathers that no one will ever see. I'm just going to make them smaller. Try to stay centered on the ones that are already there when I can. So, in the webcomic, The Middle Age, what I was working on recently was trying to determine the architecture of Draconia, which we haven't really seen. It's the Kingdom of the Dragons. Not the most clever name for it. I apologize. But I was just trying to come up with an interesting architecture, and I ended up just looking at furniture and like classic Art Deco and Art Nouveau furniture, and using that as inspiration for the various bits of architecture you see. I think it's going to look pretty good. That's pretty much that Veritera. That's kind of the motif of this channel. Is motif the right word? The theme is, no one will ever see it. Let me work on this for an hour and a half. Or I don't hate it. Let me change it. I think I'm done. Let me work for another hour and a half. Actually, let me angle these. Like they'll match the motion of the feathers above it. Oh. Turn symmetry back on. That way this silly work will be completed on the other side of the duck as well. I'm going to turn post-processing off. It'll get rid of some of the lovely shadows, but it'll let me see my mistakes a bit easier. Do dragons use furniture? I think they do. The dragons in my story have humanoid forms that they take, that they assume. I think I'm sure it's a metaphor for something. But their city planners probably appreciate it. Or at least landlords do. That an efficiency apartment can hold more dragons this way. All right. See, CGA. Yeah, at one point, Eric, I think Phosphide says she scales up when she gets larger. Oops. All right. Okay. How do we feel about this so far? So, let me put my sketch back up. We've belabored the duck about as much as possible. So I'm going to save a version of this, and I'm going to save it as a new copy of the file. And so the file we're going to work on now, we're going to start merging a bunch of things together. I got to texturize all those feathers. All right. I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays and additional streams from time to time when I can. I don't always. I should be working on my comic strip most of the time, but we're kind of in a weird spoilery part of the story, and I didn't want to share those in progress. And what do you? And James says, "Damn wow." I'm not sure what he's damn wowing, but hopefully it's a good damn wow. All right. Let's see. We've got version. This is version 5 of the duck of Lord Waddlebottom. Let me see if I can. We will save a version. Save as Waddlebottom 6. We've never needed to go above model 8 of a character, so I'm hoping this will stay similarly. I like to save copies often so that as I screw up... Darn you, no spoilers, says LJ. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like ShamWow, but for amazing duck sculpts. Fantastic. Okay, so let's... We're working on number 6 now? Yes. Well, there's a lot of feathers. Oh. I have to undo that. Alright, so this is an issue. We can show you what I'm talking about. Complete body, that's the feathers. That's belly. Actually, that's a, let's say downy belly. So the idea was we took the large body that we had as our starting point, and we cut away the front so that we could just work on the front to add all those that texture on the front of the duck. And we did that so that we were able to increase the resolution of just that piece. So as we pull those little feathers out, as we pluck the duck, we would have more resolution to work with, and so the texture wouldn't immediately fall apart. The trouble is now I have to keep the other part that we had, because that we need that solidity for the figure. We need to have that built up, because if we don't, if the model is hollow, printing it becomes very difficult. It becomes a whole thing. So in an effort to not make it a whole thing, I'm going to see if I can let me smooth this out. I'm going to turn the post-processing on. We're going to bring our smooth tool out again. We're going to increase the radius of it so it's nice and big. Turn symmetry off. And let's just smooth this guy out. Hide that menu. Okay, so just smoothing it out, making it nice and soft, I hope. Now I want to cut some using the crease tool. Very small brush, very intense. I'm going to make sure that this has got a custom fall off. My worry is that I want them to feel like they start light, and I don't want them to start strong and then have an even radiant. Yeah, I think the first few I made didn't quite work because they were too strong. Actually, I can pump up the strength a little bit, but I just want that angle is super important to me, that it's not too overpowering. We're just putting in a few feathery slashes. Will any of this show up? I don't know. Okay. I'll go through and do some more of that. I do like that basic weight of that brush. Okay. Let's start with the tail feathers. So we'll hit solo. Big old mess. We're going to separate them. So now we have all these tail feathers. Whee! What a mess. We're not going to mess with all of them, though. Very first thing... Oh, good. I was concerned that the mesh would be too high on them. We're going to use the clay tool with a thin brush. No symmetry. Smooth tool. we doing? Good night, James. Nice to see you. Again, these are fairly low resolution objects because I had to lower their resolution to keep the file size from being, you know, incredibly, incredibly large. I turn everything else back on just so I can see it enough to recognize where, if I cut out a notch, is it going to be visible or not. Turn off post-processing. Post-processing just adds a lot of fake shadow to kind of help you kind of see what you're doing, but to me it's fairly deceptive. It's adding something that's not there really. I mean, the shadows are fake, so I really want to see the model. So I'm using the clay tool to add these kind of spines. And then I'm using the trim tool to cut out pieces. Oh, we don't want symmetry on. Let me double check the resolution of this thing. Oh, autosave. I really want to increase the mesh of this thing a lot to get more. Do it a little bit. Ooh, I was afraid of that. Yeah, it's not helping all that much adding any more resolution to these things at this size. So I don't think I'll be trying that again. Yeah, so adding a little bit of that texture to those feathers throughout the whole thing is just going to add a lot, I think. And it reminds me, I still have to go I think you would like Ragnarok background music. It's so good. Oh, noted. Let me write that down. I know what you're talking, Eric. I think I know exactly the issue you're talking about. But Veriterra, I'm writing out Ragnarok. And some of these feathers on the wings, I still need to break apart and cut those little nooks out of them. For the most part, I'm happy with their texture, but I just need to add those little cuts. Because I'm certain the cuts will show up once printed because they're just kind of pronounced. Even if none of these other things show up. Too much. From the game Ragnarok. Oh, I'll check it out. That's awesome. It's basically just drawing on a few of these spines, smoothing it out a little bit, grabbing the trim tool, which is set up to lasso, and making sure if I see anything weird happening, usually it's because symmetry's on, and it's going to try to basically cut across two different planes. This far off the axis of the center of the world, basically once we move toward the middle of the duck, it's more likely to have some sort of issue. But symmetry this far out, probably not so bad. Yeah, exactly, LJ. I'm gonna do that once I'm done shaping, posing. I'll definitely be merging things. There will also probably be a version where once it's simplified enough and the file size is reduced, I can bring in an STL of the main character of Quimp, and I'm going to use him as a standard to scale Waddlebottom appropriately, just so the characters fit alongside each other. Plus, there's going to be, once I finish the texturing of the wings and the feathers and all the little bits, I'm going to duplicate that wing, and that's going to increase the file size a lot. So I kind of have to prepare for it. I have to merge some things and bring the file size down and do some decimation to reduce the number of vertices so it can, not blow up my iPad. So the Kickstarter we're doing later this month, fingers crossed, will be for the 4 original figures that we've sculpted here on the channel. And I'm excited because they're going to include things like everyone who supports the campaign at any level is going to get like a copy of the PDF of the first book. So I'm hoping that'll expose the book to a lot more people. So anyone who hasn't read The Middle Age will get a chance to. And then I think if the campaign goes well and there's enough support, we'll be able to make a Waddlebottom figure as well. But because this figure isn't done, I haven't been able to get a quote from a vendor on mass producing it yet, so I don't know any of the details about that. I can't say, hey, would you make a figure for me? They'd be like, yeah, let's see it. I'm like, it's not done yet. Autosave. I think it's coming along. Excuse me. Oops. Verita, how did you get the idea to make sculptures for D&D? It was mostly I played D&D back in the day when those little pewter miniatures, they might have been lead, I don't know, maybe asbestos and radioactive material. But I played with I had figures, and I played some of the other games along the way. I never really played Warhammer or any of that stuff. Also, so I work on this fantasy webcomic called The Middle Age, and it's set in that world. It's set in the kind of, it's partly inspired by, the fact that I played D&D as a kid was really in my brain when I was working on The Middle Age. I don't think it's not a D&D comic strip, but it's set in a fantasy world where there's magic and elves and dragons, and so it's definitely pulling from the same I don't know, drawing from the same well, Tolkien and things like that. I've seen Dungeons and Dragons minis, and I've seen and I play D&D now with a group of a bunch of friends of mine. Hadn't played since college, and we started playing together because of the pandemic, and everyone had Zoom cameras suddenly, so and everyone knew how to use them. And there's a lot of virtual tabletops now, where you can, even if you're not all sitting around the same table, it can be like you are. You all can see the same map. You can see your token. You can see your token on the map. You can see your there's a program called Hero Forge, which lets you make your own D&D character, kind of basically a character creation screen from like most video games, like World of Warcraft or something like that. You get to create your character, and they'll send you can either download the STL, the printable file, if you have a 3D printer, or they'll print the figure for you. But there really isn't there wasn't really a tool to make my own character. And I've always wanted to have like action figures of the characters I've created, or toys, or sculptures of the figures of characters I've created. And it wasn't until this, and so I had drawn sketches of what those characters would look like as figures, as sculptures, maybe as minis, but it would all depend on if I could find somebody to sculpt them, especially in a way that I would like them to be sculpted. And it never happened. I wrote down the names of some sculptors I liked. I looked online for people who could do it. There was, Fiverr is a website where you can hire people, usually artists or other technicians, and you pay them a certain amount, and they will, they could create a 3D model of your character, and you kind of get what you're paying for with art. Not always. You can find a deal sometimes. You can help a new artist out and hire them and get some interesting work out of them. You can catch a lucky break. But again, the idea that nobody knew the character like me, knew my characters like me. And so once I started playing with this program, suddenly that became an option. Oh, that's one of the things I can do with this program, is I can make my own sculpts. And minis just seem like a great thing to do, especially given how popular D&D is right now, how much I enjoy the game. And also probably cowardice. I might have been afraid that if I made a full-size sculpt of one of my characters, all the flaws would be visible. You'd see all the mistakes. You'd see all the but with this program and its 1,000 levels of undo and the ability to save versions along the way, I've had a large safety net under me the whole time. In the end, digital art has got such a huge advantage because you can you know, undo, and you can save. It's sort of like saving a video game. You know, like you can save your progress at a certain point, and if you fail, you can go back to the last place you saved. Oh, LJ says I may shadow box them. I decided to get mini set. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's great. Well, I'm excited. I hope to hear back from the manufacturer in the next few days. I gave them the green light to go ahead with the basic work, which is the mold making, and producing. They're going to produce mock-ups of what they will look like and what people would be getting. And if I'm happy with that, we'll move forward. But again, these are established manufacturers who do this for a bunch of people. But again, there's going to be, these won't be like toys. There's, you know, they're choking hazards, for goodness sake, because they're so small. All minis are. And some of them require a bit of, some of them will require some assembly. Like Sir Quimp, he's got, and I think Melvin's got the staff. For all I know, the hand and the staff will be a separate piece. And so you'll get for that figure, all you have to do is a drop of glue and put the hand on. I'm hoping none of it's too complicated. I think Bob might be, and the baby dragon there, I think they will be standalone pieces. I don't think you'll need to attach anything. But most minis that you see end up being very flat. Like one hand is almost everything is moved back so it's in a line with the figure, so that it can all sit in a mold, and you can just have one mold line around the whole thing and then pop it out and your figure's there. But anything that's 3D, you know, where suddenly, you know, if the mold can't really intersect. I mean, some of them can. They can be like these kind of weird interlocking puzzles, but even that requires a certain amount of I don't know, dexterity in the part of the mold. But it's really about my inexperience as a mini maker. Like if I should look at these and go, okay, that the staff is going to be a problem, or at least accept the fact that the staff is going to have to be separate. So so a little bit of assembly is required, but the idea is the plastic is going to be very solid. It's going to be, you know, fairly, you know, not unbreakable, you know, but sturdy. Because you can get resin prints made, but the problem with resin is it's ultimately very fragile. And the word is that they will dry out over time and become more brittle. Sadly, I have to go for now, but I loved your stream and your sculpts. I'll definitely be here more often. Verterra, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow, and thanks for stopping by. Oh, and if you're interested, there's a Discord. Let me give you that info right here, where we invite people to share their artwork and stay in touch. But thank you so much. Alrighty, we have some fairly done tail feathers. Do I need to do the underside just yet? Maybe a couple. That does not sit well, does it? Shrink that brush down. I'm going to try to move this feather back a bit. Huh, not working. save it where it is right now. Hopefully this is working. Okay, so man, I do not want to remesh it. I do wonder if this thing's going to choke when it comes time to create a STL. But we will jump off that bridge when we come to it. I wonder about all these feathers under here. Well, let's hide some of this other stuff. Well, it might have been a mistake to make them or to design it that way, but I think that the die is cast, and so I'm gonna move forward with it and them. Hey JRD. JRD on YouTube asks, wasn't the remesh one of Duran Duran's biggest hits? Like I tell Tom Zoller all the time, I'm too young to get that reference. That seems... Well, let's... I'm going to undo that. What I don't want to do is when I take out a notch from the feather, I don't want to expose a gap from that's left by another feather. Like that's right. These pieces are right. You know, I don't want there to be extra under all that. Hey, Max Powers Comic. Nice to see you. We are up to our eyeballs in duck feathers. I'm currently adding a little bit of texture. Good to see you. So YouTube is being represented right now by JRD and MPC. A reminder to everyone that tomorrow night, Pencil to Pencil podcast is on YouTube at Pencil to Pencil. If you want to give that a search and give that a follow. I am co-host along with the amazing Mike Manley and the extraordinary Jamar Nicholas. And tomorrow evening we are interviewing Mark Schultz and Thomas Yates, who currently work on the Prince Valiant comic strip. And Mark Schultz is also responsible for Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Cenozoic Tales. Thomas Yates, I think, is an original Kubert graduate and done a lot of Tarzan work and Star Wars work. So really looking forward to it. I think they're all friends with Mike Manley, so I think they're gonna talk some shop. But I've got a lot of nerd questions to ask them both. Tweet a link when it's happening. Absolutely, I will, MPC. And if folks are not on Discord, I'm gonna put that information again. I definitely use I alert everyone on Discord. With a little update. But NPC, I absolutely will. Okay, let's go back to the still think I want to smooth out that belly a bit more. I do like there's a sense of volume to it. Like it's not just a flat plane, but it's got a little bit of a indentation in the center. Okay. Every once in a while I take a step back to just go, okay, there's a reason there's a reason I'm losing my mind. It's all for a good cause. I hope. And if in the end I smooth all these feathers into the body and then have to repopulate it with little tiny feathers, I'll do that. But well, of course, NPC, I've seen you on the Discord because you shared some of your call to action stuff. I'm in my own little feathered world at the moment. Sorry about that. The farm project's going well. I have a few more pages to color and some layouts to do, and basically some of the back matter, things like credits and stuff like that. But I'd say it's going very well. It's getting closer to being done all the time. And I'm doing a mapping project for somebody else, and that's also coming along very well. I'm hoping those will both be wrapped up in the next week. And that will let me focus on the things like the Kickstarter for the figures. Hopefully I have some more information by then. I'm kind of at the mercy of the manufacturer at the moment. I think there are 5 pages left to color, so it's coming along well. Oh, no, I don't like that. Use the crease tool. I don't want to introduce that just yet. NBC on YouTube says, I'm going to share some pages of my call to action in the Discord. Fantastic. Or during, yeah, no, totally. No, please. Share away. I can't wait to see it. Okay, can't touch that one yet. Oops. That has symmetry on, and so it's creating a weird effect. Okay, okay. I wonder. I think I'm going to merge these into the belly of the duck, those 6 feathers at the bottom there. I'm going to merge them, soften them, and really just kind of I'm really going to merge them. I think that's going to be a good effect. I think it's worth trying. Okay, let's try this. I'm going to save where I'm at, and then I'm going to try to take these 6. I'm going to voxel merge them, which is going to remesh the whole thing, including all those little belly feathers we've created. Whew. Okay. I'll just simple merge these just to get them to the bottom of the list. Then I'm going to find these ones in the list wherever they are. I'm going to simple merge those as well. Okay, so those should be at the bottom. Good. Simple merge those. Now, just again, cowardice kicking in, I'm going to duplicate this, hiding the original. We'll see if this works. I didn't keep sharp edges. I don't know what that will do. I'm gonna try that again, but I'm gonna keep sharp. I'm gonna have keep sharp edges checked. So those are all one piece now. I'm going to hide that other belly we have going on here just because it's creating a weird visual thing. Those kind of gray dots you see in there, those unselected sections, are not what we need right now. Can't make that visible again, but I'm going to hit solo. So we're just going to work on this. I'm going to see about smoothing these pieces together. So I'm going to turn the brush down to a smaller size, but turn the intensity of the smoothing tool way up and see if we can, maybe not that much, see if we can burnish these things together. Turn symmetry on and see if that, how badly that messes everything up. Not bad. That gap is a problem. Okay, let me try this. Use the select mask tool. Extract. Can I separate this thing to pieces? I'm going to cut off part of this thing. Oof, that is a wreck of a shape. Yeah, that is like some sort of impossible shape that shouldn't exist. But that's okay. Let's see if we can fix it. We're going to duplicate it, rotate it. And merge it with itself. And see if we can... I'm trying to create a piece of putty here that I can... Oh. See you, LJ. Nice to see you. Oh boy, that just created a ton of mesh pieces. Forget that. No good. Zooming out. Okay, let's fill it with a sphere. I'm just going to try to fill it with putty, essentially. He's got an egg. Yay! Little baby Waddlebottom. Alright. Because there's just no way once you have two bits of mesh that are pulling in two different directions and creates like a donut hole, that cavity, once that cavity is there, there's no way to mend it. You have to patch it. It had that look for sure. Cave Geek art. I'm kind of blending the larger feathers that were created into the smaller ones on the underside, but there was a fissure in the mold in the model, and I had to fix it somehow. I wonder, because of that gap that's created. Oh man, oh man. Is there a better solution if I duplicate those feathers and bring them up? Yes, there is. Oh, 1,000 levels of undo. So we're going to duplicate those using the gizmo tool. are we? We're going to duplicate and hide the original. So let's select them all and hit solo. And by duplicating it, we've filled in the gap by duplicating that piece, and that hopefully will solve the problem we fixed with that patch. Fingers crossed. Oh, how we doing? It's 7:15. Doing great. Doing great. That gap filled. That gap is filled. We still might need a sphere in there to fix it, but nope, seems okay. So I'm going to smooth these out, and then I can go back and add additional feathers where anything was smoothed out too much. Let's try that stamp tool. Oh, autosave. I get to drink coffee. Turn off symmetry. Oh my goodness. I don't think that works. I think I'm going to do the whole thing. I think I'm going to not merge those things together. I'm going to clear out the feathers from under the duck. I'm going to select them. And I'm going to hide them. So just take those and we're going to hide them. So simple merge, turn invisible. Yeah. Oops. I think that one as well. And its partner on the other side. I think those have to go as well. How are we doing? Okay. Feeling good. Excuse me. Oh, so we had some drop frames there for a bit. Hopefully we're back in business. Oh. I'm going to have to merge the entire torso and that belly together because of what we've deleted. All right, let's do that. We will remesh them. I don't care about sharp edges, frankly, because I think we're going to soften them all to the point where it's just a light texture on the front of the duck, or the underside of the duck. I do have to smooth out some of this stuff here, though. Where the two models were intersecting, it created a weird pattern. Okay. Trying to accommodate there's basically a turn in direction that I want these feathers to have. So they all would be pointing back, but there's some that go around the leg, kind of that point in the other direction. So I'm trying to create a way that seamlessly will combine the two in a way that doesn't look too bad, I hope. Turning off symmetry so I can just put in a few down the middle. I don't hate that. David, you're not helping. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Yeah, I'm putting a more subtle texture of feathers, I hope. Oh, time to drink coffee. Oh my goodness. I think these two have to be hidden as well. I think the other ones are almost necessary as supports to even hold the dang thing together. Don't crash. So for folks who are here on Thursday, we're having some crashing problems because this file's getting so big that the application would just quit. That or it was just so tired of looking at the bikini areas of ducks that it just gave up. If you're new to this channel, my name is Steve. I'm a web cartoonist, and I'm currently working on 3D models of characters from my webcomic, The Middle Age. This is Waddlebottom, the Lord of all Ducks. Turning off symmetry so I can add a few unsymmetrical bits here. This is so small, no one on Earth will see it. You're the only people who will ever see any of this. But look at that. We got ourselves a duck. He's coming along. majestically. I think, have I merged these tail feathers back yet? I have not. Let's do that. Actually, do I need to do the... I don't... We may have to... I'm not going to merge... I'm not going to voxel merge them. I'm going to simple merge them. So I can unmerge them later on. It's sort of like grouping. Imagine grouping, but losing some data along the way. Gosh dang it, there's a couple of feathers I need to... I need to decorate a couple of these. But my name's Steve. I'm a web cartoonist. You can read my webcomic at middleagecomic.com. Links and stuff in the doobly-doo. I hope you check it out. It is a... Oh! I had the wrong trim tool selected. I needed the lasso, not the rectangle. And again, this is a character from my webcomic, The Middle Age, and this will be a miniature for like D&D. So yes, the texture I put on there is ridiculous, but I am going to print a few larger, so I do like having this texture in there. I'm also learning this program, and so the main reason why I kind of went overboard with the feathers and all this stuff is, well, it's how I'm designed. It's a deficiency in my character, but I'm also just learning the program and having fun while doing it. So if I can... Half the things I've done with this particular model, I had no idea how to do it to begin with. I tried to create a simplified wing, and ended up being very complex. And but I liked the effect so much, I basically had to continue it. So I had to create every feather on the back of this duck. I was basically building a duck one feather at a time. So at the start of today's stream, we finished this kind of cape of larger feathers, which don't have any texture or featheriness to them just yet. Currently, they're kind of like scale mail. But I'm going in and adding little nicks and cuts and feathery bits. And then when that's done, I will merge them all together. I'm going to soften the interior of this duck. Some of these horizontal lines were created because we merged two models together, basically steps along the way. Not two models, but like two objects. So I'm going to end up smoothing out a lot of this stuff. Again, this texture is going to be so small, no one on earth is going to see it, but certain things will vex me if I don't patch them. I stream here on Twitch and on the YouTubes, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Okay. Starting at 4 o'clock East Coast time. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, let's do these feathers now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save my file and get a sip of coffee. Then I'm going to ungroup those back feathers, that second row of the kind of cape of feathers that run down his back. And then I'm going to add texture to all those feathers. So we can get a lot of that done before we sign off. Okay. So now we group those together. That thing we will separate. So now all these feathers will become separate, will return back to being separate objects. So I did simplify them along the way, so I'm hoping that their resolution is pretty good. Good. It's fairly low at the moment. That's why as I draw these shapes on here, they look a little chunky, but that's fine. The other file, this file was getting so large that it kept crashing the application. It was 0.5 GB, and clearly the largest file I've made so far in this program, and just getting out of hand. But I hope everyone's having a beautiful Tuesday. Let's smooth that out. And let me see, I can share one more thing here. Where are we? This is an oversized print that was made. Basically 2 up of the model. Come on, get into focus. I'll be your best friend. What if he just comes in from above, terrorizing everyone? So the figure came out great. It's got real heft to it. If you see me at any of the conventions this year, Heroes Con, Baltimore Comic Con, Palm Con, Savannah Comic Con, I'll have some of these larger figures with me if you want to take a look at them. It's a little unwieldy to create these at the larger size, and kind of cost prohibitive as well. But I'm going to have them on the table as kind of just so you can see from a distance that I'm going to have the minis made. So I have been talking with a mini manufacturer, yeah, I'm kind of a mini manufacturer. I'm a mini artist. But I'm hoping to have those figures made possible with a Kickstarter by the end of the month. So I still want to have something slightly larger so people can see it from a distance when they swing by the table or race past the table. I'm super happy with how they worked, how they turned out. I'm using Nomad Sculpt on an iPad Pro, and I recommend everyone try it because I am not a sculptor, or I certainly didn't start off as a sculptor, and I'm kind of becoming one. Almost all this stuff, comics, sculpting, all of it just seems to be... you just have to be a little relentless. Just a tad relentless. And if you want to talk shop about comics, or you want like people talking shop about comics, tomorrow night there's a new episode of the Pencil to Pencil. They call it the Pencil to Pencil podcast. There isn't a podcast element of it. It's the Pencil to Pencil program. It's available on YouTube, youtube.com/pencil to pencil, pencil to pencil, and it's hosted by Mike Manley, Jamar Nicholas, and myself. And tomorrow night we're going to be talking with Mark Schultz and Thomas Yates, who currently work on the writer and artist of the Prince Valiant comic. And that will be at 8 o'clock East Coast time. So Mark Schultz is also... Thank you, person outside. Your car alarm works. Mark Schultz is also the creator of Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, or Xenozoic Tales. And Thomas Yates is worked on Tarzan, Star Wars, I think The Empire Strikes Back, adaptation. He's a Kubert School graduate. Should be a great conversation. 8 o'clock East Coast time on the YouTubes. It's on Facebook as well, but I feel a little... It's very unwieldy to direct people that way. there is a Facebook fan page. If you don't like YouTube and you do like the Facebook, it's on Facebook as well, but it's a lot harder to direct you there. But if you join me on my Discord channel, I'm going to put a link there. Should be exciting. I'm not fun sized or small. I'm in my larval state. Here's my Discord channel. If you want to join me there, and there'll be links for the Pencil to Pencil podcast, and whenever I go live, I put a link there. And also, if you're an artist, I'd love to see your work. Please post it. We talk shop. It's a very new Discord server, so not a ton of depth just yet, but it's a nice bunch of people. So basically, I'm just going to be going through and adding texture and little nooks, little notches taken out of these feathers to try to make them look a little more feathery. And the process is to use the clay tool just to draw these spines on there. Use the smooth tool to just make them a little less rough looking. Because these are very low resolution elements. There's not a lot to them. I'm worried that these nooks that I'm cutting out of them are going to be difficult for the STL file. Like when I try to open this thing eventually in Mesh Mixer to clean it all up so that someone can print it, I worry that it will choke. But this whole thing has been kind of pushing it. But I do like that I built a basic shape and then I extruded the feathers from off of that shape. So the feathers have carried the shape. You can kind of see this kind of round, the kind of protrusions underneath the wing, underneath the feathers, shaping the feathers in kind of interesting ways. I'm hoping that, I don't know, I think it's creating a pretty cool, kind of subtle effect. Autosave. Okay. I think what's going to be weird about this figure is it's going to be one of the most complicated ones I've ever built, but I think in the end it's going to be one of the simplest ones to print, because I think in the end it's just going to be very compact. So it's going to have all this decoration on the outside of it, but in the end it's just kind of this, I don't know, kind of, it'll be like this kind of vase type shape. That should be very sturdy. My big concern is making sure that the legs, because you've got this very heavy top side and very heavy wings, because the wings were built to be sturdy. I don't want them snapping off. But all birds, this is like an ostrich, even those have very spindly legs, and so I have to make sure that the legs are reinforced with things around them, and I'm gonna make the legs very cartoonishly thick. I mean, everything's cartoonish about what I'm doing here, but particularly thick. I would say I didn't want to Cave Geek. I didn't want to toot my own horn and say it's shaped like a duck. But fair enough. That's probably the best analogy I could have used. Cutting to the chase. It's like, it reminds me of a Colbert, back in the Colbert Report, where Ludacris had done something nutsy, let's say. Nutty. He did something nutty. And Colbert said what Ludacris did was ridiculous. There's just no other word for it. I still think about how funny how funny and how dumb that is. What Ludacris did could only be described as ridiculous. There's just no other word for it. Okay. Oops. Coming along nicely, I think. I'm going to save again. Window. I agree with you. I agree with you. I have no idea if this is going to work. I still think that belly's like, it's too textured. Like, I may have to soften the whole thing even further. I'm also going to have to create recesses for the eyes in a way to really outline them. A lot of the other characters I've drawn, I've actually put the pupils in, which is normally not what you do with a sculpture. Certainly not with a mini. You don't put in the pupils. You let somebody come in there with their pen or their very tiny brush and put an eyeball in. In the case of my characters, I wanted to have them kind of looking askance or you know, looking over their shoulder in some way. But in this case, his eyes are just kind of these spheres in the comic. I don't think I've ever drawn his pupils. So I really have to outline them in a way to make them clearly eyes. But I think we're getting there. I think it's very close. Like just maybe 600 or 700 more hours. What have I done? I think it's coming along. So if folks are joining me on YouTube or Twitch, my name is Steve. I'm a web cartoonist and have been for a very, very, very long time. My webcomic, The Middle Age, is free to read on WEBTOON and Tapas at GoComics. And I'm currently working in Nomad Sculpt on an iPad Pro. I'm creating Waddlebottom, the Lord of All Ducks, who's a character from The Middle Age, my webcomic. And so far I'm pretty happy with how it's turning out. Though that little nick in the wing there is a little off. That's better. So I've modeled all these. In previous streams I modeled each and every one of these feathers individually pretty much. And now I'm adding a little bit of decoration to them. A little spine, a couple little lines coming off of them. And then I'm taking the trim tool and the lasso tool and I'm cutting some nicks out of the feathers. I think that makes them look a lot more feathery. And these will be, this very tiny detail will be almost unnoticeable in the mini once it's printed. I showed it to a friend of mine who does quite a bit of 3D printing. And he went, no one's going to see any of that. And all I can think is, but I'll know. Max, you're absolutely right. And Kevin says, I could laugh at you, but I do the same thing with my maps and put in details in them that no one will ever look close enough to see. I understand. I understand. Oh, and all this is the. I hope this will be a mini someday. I mean, I'll probably print a one-off or something for myself, but I'd like to think this will exist as something that people could get down the road. But Cave Geek, thank you for introducing me to John. That very, very knowledgeable, super helpful. I don't think our schedule is going to work. I think that he's in the middle of fulfilling a Kickstarter or something like that. But I hope down the line to be able to work with him. Plus, he's such a nice guy. So that was a real treat to meet the guy. And it turned out we had many mutual friends. I hadn't realized that. Yeah, and it was weird because I was asking around, and a friend of mine who had done some minis in the past, apparently that he used it, and I was asking him, and you guys both said at the same time, almost in stereo, John's name. And I'm like, okay, that's a sign. I mean, normally I say, okay, who should I use as a t-shirt vendor? And I get 30 names. Who should I use for this or that? I get a ton of names. But this was like, you know, a very good sign. Autosave. The program autosaves every 10 minutes. It can't save on the fly the way most iPad programs do. It's just the files are too big for it to continually be saving, because when it saves it's kind of stops what you're doing, because it's these files are so big. Like if you work in Procreate, if you draw in the Procreate program, or heck, if you use Notes or Pages or any typical program, it saves everything you do. You know, this one, if you don't save it, you'll lose it. You'll lose the work. And this file was getting so large that in the last stream the app kept crashing. So I was losing little bits of work here and there. It's fine. You just have to recreate it, and almost always recreating something is better the second time. So it's bittersweet. Okay, I like that one. Trim tool. The angle in which you cut is important because it works like a laser. It cuts right through in a straight line to infinity. And so you want to make sure your angle is good when you cut a shape. Yeah, like that one's off. That's pretty good. To be fair, to be fair, I doubt there are more than that there are 30 miniature manufacturers in the US. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. So if anybody's looking for not a lot of competition and not a lot of income, but he also did an interview recently with, I guess, Dungeon Delver. I don't know who that. I'm so new to that world. And I really enjoyed his interview because it was no BS. He was like talking about how, you know, somebody was saying that, oh, why be a mini manufacturer? It's so easy to get a 3D printer now. And he's like, no one wants to do that, or some people want to do it, but he says his business is fine because he's not worried about people suddenly wanting to own resin printers in their apartments. handling toxic chemicals. And just the convenience of having the mini made for you without having to, you know, deal with the chemicals, deal with the misprints, deal with all the stuff that the learning curve of being like a I want to make minis. I don't want to manage. I don't want to maintain robots. Jared, yeah, I agree. Oh, Max. Max Powers Comic says that he has shared a sneak peek of the of their call to action entry in the Discord channel. So if you check out the doobly doo for links to the Discord channel, I can't wait to check it out. I will absolutely, Max. Siobhan. I don't know what to say. I'll just say NPC. And Cave Geek Art on Twitch says, yep, I have a resin printer, but it's definitely a learning curve. Oh, wow. I love that mini that you had made. You were using Hero Forge? Hero Forge? I think that's what it was. Yeah, it's amazing what you can do with their interface for creating characters and how well you compose them and the amount of props. I think I tried to make my characters using that tool, using their interface, but my characters, just the shapes of them are too off. Yeah, that feral kid. Yeah, the crouching position, the kind of like one hand up, kind of resting, the wild look in the eyes, that kind of Mowgli. Yeah, it looked great. And I liked I think I saw you said it was like going to be a human raised by the tortoise. No, I didn't see the tortoise. Well, that music means it's about the 2-hour mark. Oh wow, 8 o'clock. That music makes me laugh every time. But I'm gonna keep working for a little while. I got plenty to do. I got nowhere to go. I ain't got no life. I'm just gonna keep sculpting duck feathers. I don't like creating them out of context, but there's so much stuff in the way. I would hide that wing, but I don't want to merge everything together because the pieces are named specific things, and if I simple merge them, then they lose their individual names. And then with so many objects, the whole thing can get complicated very quickly. So I'm going to suffer a bit and try to draw through it. Oh, there's a link. Oh, wow. Dude, that's great. The crazed look, the hair. I like the painting on the torso too. Oh, geez, Louise, there's a narrative. That's pretty great. Slash awful. Terrible, yes, but great. Oh, I don't like that spine. I'm gonna fix that. People will be like, "Hey, I hate this model you created because that one little line that's off." Okay. Smooth. Come on. I'm going to turn off post-processing. This is going to get rid of some of the nice shadows we're seeing here, but I think it'll help me. Oh, maybe not. I'm going to turn it back on. I think I actually need it at this point. This thing is so dang complicated. Post-processing adds some kind of fake shadows to the environment. Faker shadows to the environment. And helps make some of the blemishes a little easier to see. That's so what I found, Cape Geek Art, that rotating things like the elbows and making sure that, but that you did such a great job there. I also really like some of the simple modeling that they have in the figures, like the fingernails are super great. I love the sense of the bones that run under the knuckle. There's kind of the kind of strength of those lines. I mean, they make the hands very skeletal, but it adds a structure, which is great. And then specifically that kind of indent of the forearm it's got a style. That's great. And has little touches that I don't think a lot of people would have. You know, the idea that the front of the front of the foot goes up just a little bit, really good. Yeah, I think that's great. Oh, are you gonna? So, are you able to export all those individual poses, or would they charge you per pose? They charge per pose. Oh no. Do they have like a membership where you can get like 5 models a month or something like that, or anything like that, or is it all painful? trying to speed these up by batching some of these processes, like basically putting the textures in, then smoothing them out as a state. So basically try to do a bunch of them at a time. I think that might speed things up a bit. Oops. They have a Patreon page, but I haven't looked at what the benefits are, or at least I thought they did, but I can't seem to find it. There we go, found it. Let's see. This is talking about Hero Forge, which is kind of they kind of have a simplified model builder for creating D&D and tabletop RPG size minis. Thankfully, they tend to make heroic sized figures, larger figures, which kind of gives me liberty to make my own oversized figures, even though there are quite a few. Some of the people I talked to initially were like, oh no, you got to stick to 28 millimeter. I'm like, what does that mean? Because my first mini I made, I kind of assumed it should be like, with all the little details I put in, I wanted it to be closer to 40. Increase the size of my brush just a little bit. As these feathers get larger, oh wow, I gotta lift that one feather up. And the program I'm using, if you're joining me, is Nomad Sculpt, and it has 1,000 levels of undo. So I use a lot of those. So I started batching some of the process of this, like I would do all the softening and then all the kind of rib work on it. But I see that one feather needs to, that one of the feathers needs to pop forward a little bit, so I've got to tweak that. Ah, they don't have a Patreon. Gotcha. See, I'm going to bring this one down a little bit. I really don't want any of these pieces to be floating. I want them all to be laying flat. Oh boy, we're getting there though. Progress is being made. Let's see. There's a pro membership on the site that gives you more stuff. One of them allows up to 5 STL downloads per month. Ah, there you go. Okay. That makes sense. Dang it, I'm gonna have to remesh this thing. I didn't want to do that. I just wanted that to have like a slightly pointier bit to it. But I'm gonna remesh it down a little bit and see if I can keep it from looking too bad. Again, it's gonna be super small. Those links below are who I am. If you're interested in learning more and reading my free comic, The Middle Age, which is available on WEBTOONs, Tapas, GoComics, and that link at middleagecomic.com. Check something. How we doing on? We still streaming? We're still streaming. Somewhere along the way, we lost a few frames, but not too bad. Okay. Not sure how many folks are on at the moment. Everything's a little frozen, but I'm assuming we're still broadcasting and everything is fantastic. But I'm going to keep working on this. Unless someone has any questions about the Middle Age or anything like that, let me know. I'm happy to answer. But this model is of Waddlebottom, Lord of all Ducks. He appears early in the story of the Middle Age. And he's kind of a favorite character of some folks. So I absolutely wanted to make a model of him, even if it's crazy. Undo that cut and make it larger. Oh. There's something about if you try to cut a cut, it can fail badly. I think it's just asking the math to do too much. Yeah, and someone was joking about when I get to making the dragons in the story, like, am I going to build them one scale at a time? I do think it's going to be much more like the Sir Quimp figure, where I just drew a texture on him and then extruded it all at once. It just seems to be like scales can be a bit different. The feathers, the wings of the duck just needed to be built like that, I think. And I just love how chunky they are, you know. I really love those Disney Infinity figures. That game Disney Infinity that was out for all too short a period of time. I mean, I don't think the game was particularly great. I think the concept was great, and the toys that came with it looked amazing. The models on those, the sculpts, were just gorgeous, I thought. I mean, I didn't play the game all that much, but I got quite a few of the figures. just because they were just so pretty. Oh man. All right. Okay. How are we doing? I think that's good. That is looking good, I think. I think this feather could use a few more nicks and cuts. Oh boy. It's saving. It's auto saving. I'm gonna give it another legit save. I think it's coming along nicely. Where are we? Let's put in the base. We've got our tree, we got our mushrooms. I think these other tail feathers I can delete. I didn't like how those were looking. I'm gonna merge these back feathers together just so they can be out of the way. So many of them. and I'm working in Nomad Sculpt on an iPad Pro. Folks who are wondering, simple merge and see if it crashes. It does not. Good. I still think I want to soften that texture on the front. It's too pronounced. Let me see if I can do this. Complete body. I'm going to duplicate it. Hide the other complete body. I'm going to take the smooth tool. Nice and large. Small intensity. Lower intensity. And just go over the whole thing. Okay. I have to bring some of these up. I do like it soft. I do like these a bit softer. I hope that will hold up. But now I'm going to ungroup this. I was calling it the cape, the feathers that run along the back side of the top and back, and they're not the belly of the duck. So I'm going to separate those. Let's see if I can rotate this thing out a little bit. One, to cover up that, to rotate it so that little bit isn't notched out. Not that anyone would ever notice it, but I'm going to turn off the platform and other things. It was good to see them in context just a little bit, but I think they're getting in the way right now. Yeah, that creates a heavier shadow and doesn't poke out anywhere. A better angle. Great. And I'm not going to try to fix the other one. I'm just going to delete that one. I'm going to take this one and I'm going to reflect it left to right. First I want to reset the world center. Because once something is simple grouped with something else, it can totally mess up its geometry. So reset the world center and then flip it, and now they're both fixed. And I'm going to separate them. Oopsie. Okay. Cool. So I'm just going to put these spines on each feather and then notch them a little bit in places to make them look a little more feathery. Some of these are very large. I'm not sure why they're that heavy in pixels. So I'm gonna, well, 94K vertices. So yeah, a fifth the amount if I remesh it. Again, this is just to keep the file size down, because this thing's getting out of control. Hey DG, thank you for the 8 o'clock honk. We also had the Savage music playing, which was nice. If I use the move tool, it only grabs one of the objects. It doesn't of the group, so I can use that to scooch one of those back to fill a hole. Again, I'm really concerned that, you know, there's going to be some weird gap in one of these pieces that will make printing it an impossibility. Thankfully, this thing is not too complicated. That one's going to have to come up a little bit. So I add a little bit of those spines. I'm going back and smoothing them. Now with the trim tool, I'm going to cut out some notches. Wrong tool. Just waiting for it to autosave. How we doing? All right. All right. Doing great. I can do this all day. I have. I've done this all day. Hey, DG. Steve Conley, do you play any video games? Not currently, no. I played World of Warcraft for ages, but I just can't get anything done. I mean, all my time is spent working on stuff. I'll watch people play. I mean, Twitch is great for that. I tried some app games, some freemium games, and they're all basically just rock paper scissors, so they get kind of tired pretty quickly. Not since my Atari. Yeah, I mean, my ColecoVision mostly, and how dare you? If anyone had to look up what ColecoVision is, fantastic. Not since my Vectrex. I coveted the Vectrex. It was a green and black monitor. It wasn't black and white. It was like a black and green monitor. It was a video game system that had a built-in monitor. And it was all like Asteroids quality. It was all like I think vector or pixelated, extremely pixelated. I remember ColecoVision. Didn't Shatner shill for that? Maybe. And that means it had to be good. He wouldn't just put his name on any old product. I seem to have missed a few feathers in the lower tier. I have to go back and do those. I have to, once I've finished this grouping. Atari. How dare you? I absolutely played Atari. Although my family didn't get the Atari, we got the cheap Sears knockoff version. What was it? It had a name. It was like the Sears Video Arcade. It was like some incredibly generic name. It was the exact same machine. I think Atari licensed it to Sears. I think it just came with an inferior game when you bought it. Like there was a tank combat game that might have been called Tank Combat for all I know. It could have just been called Arcade. It could have been called Arcade Game. But I did play the adventure game that has that kind of seahorse looking dragon, and I convinced myself I was entertained, even though I definitely was not. Look how much fun I'm having. There was a great game called I want to say it was called. Oh, I don't know if it was called Adventure. I think there was some very generic games back then. They were awesome. Maybe the worst Atari game. I don't know if anybody remembers it. You had an Atari? Wasn't Vectrex also designed to look like a cabinet game? I don't know. I don't remember that part. Yeah, I remember there was a video game, I think inspired by the band Journey. And Chef's Kiss. It was fantastic. It was so bad. I just remember like this MIDI version of like Don't Stop Believin' or some such. It was so good. / bad. For a while there, like every product had to have a video game associated with it. Like every TV show, every movie. It was like some slightly skinned version of it. Like sometimes they would include like they were included with like cereal boxes. They weren't full on. It had to be later on because they weren't cartridges. They were like discs, or it was pre-USB though. An awful era. But there's no doubt there was a Cookie Crisp video game or a Alpha Bits. Actually, it could have been Wordle. I don't know. But an Alpha Bits game actually would kind of make sense. But I'm certain there was a Chester Cheetah game of some kind. Oh my goodness. How are we doing? Many more feathers to go. All right, lovely people. I think I'm going to have to wrap it up there. I'm not sure if we have enough. I can't tell how many people are on Twitch. The number seems to be all over the place on the various screens. So I don't think we have. I can't quite tell if we have enough folks to rate anybody. So I think we're just gonna wrap it up. Thank you so much for being here. If you're catching the live restream, I apologize for this being nearly 5 hours. We had quite a few people come through, some new followers. That was awesome. I will see everybody on Thursday, and tomorrow night you can catch me on the Pencil to Pencil podcast, which there will be a link to in the Discord server, so check that out. Marcos, thank you so much. And tomorrow night we will be at the Pencil to Pencil on YouTube, interviewing alongside Jamar Nicholas and Mike Manley. We'll be talking to Mark Schultz and Thomas Yates, talking comics, talking about how we create them, why we create them, and JRD, good luck with the book. I understand what that's like to be in the process of putting those together. My camera slid down over the course of our marathon session here. Thank you so much for supporting me during this ridiculous feathering, and we'll continue. We'll pick it up on Thursday, and I'm going to get back to work on the next episode of the middleagecomic.com. Thank you, everybody. You're the best, and I will see you on Thursday. Oh, I'll see you tomorrow night.